Alright. Hello. Greetings and welcome in, everyone. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. And we are on a decompression today. Hello, Krazik, welcome in. Let me just make sure the chat is being cooperative. You know, I know why it won't be. It was because that wasn't yet open. Hold up. That will be fixed in just a moment. The scuff lives on. I have somehow managed to get back into iPhone tracking today, so hopefully it won't disconnect too badly throughout. But yes, we are here. Thankfully. Let's just see. Connection. You. Continue. Making sure the chat is working. Hold up. Why is it doing the done? Why are you doing the done? Chat not working, why? Please work. Come on, this is really... Okay, once again, everything comes down to network issues! My old nemesis. The network issues. Okay, so hopefully now chat should work. Chat should now work. Yay, okay. Whew. Peace. Right, so, scuff aside, I hope everyone's had a good day so far. It has been busy in good ways. It's been productive on my end. I am just dealing with a machine that is lagging because the files that I am working with are very big, and hiding and unhiding layers takes a while, but Zany's second reference sheet is just about done, so that is going to fly in the morning. So yay! It's literally just down to the last few pieces that need to go onto the details page, so we are very close there, thankfully. I did spend quite a bit of time just before stream started just making sure that everything was functional here. Clearly that is... with a little bit of touch and go success. I see, looking at the mouth movement, it's still being a bit shaky. Let's see if I can make an adjustment to that over here. I think I should be able to make an adjustment to it over here. I want to be here, and I want to see. This particular setting. It's like... it's like the sensitivity is down. Hold up. My sensitivity seems to be down. No, that looks like it's just, once again, communication issues with vBridger. Okay, never mind. it's once again communication issues with vBridger. So once again, it is the network being my nemesis. Once again. So, come on. Catch up with me, please. Machine. Catch up with me. Please. Please. There we go. I do want to just go over here. And just increase that multiplier. And hopefully that will make it a little bit more sensitive. If I'm lucky. If I'm lucky. Okay. Hopefully that will work. Okay. So, what is on the game plan for today? Right. Dealing with scuff aside, what is on the game plan for today is a little bit of decompression, because the last while has been commission grinding, basically dawn till dusk. All waking hours, except from eating, has been spent doing commission grinds, and my brain now needs to decompress and do something different for a bit, because otherwise I will spontaneously combust, which is not pleasant. Burnout is not fun, and I do not want to fall down that hole. So, today what we're doing is we are scratching a little creative itch that I have had for a little bit more than a week now. I kind of half-jokingly posted about it over on X Twitter to say, hey, I've got this idea if anyone wants to make it, because I don't have the time for it. But turns out, it may very well be that I could be waiting for an entire lifetime for someone else to do the thing, or I could just make it myself. So I'm just going to make it myself. And the idea in is a little, not quite a full animatic, but like a short animatic type thing, or at least vertical aspect ratio type thing. For the sake of encouraging everyone who has been working to bring Wolf Boy Valko back into Love and Deep Space. So that's the idea for today, is we are working on that. And when the idea hit, I had just finished working on commissions for the day, and I was feeling somewhat productive, so I did a couple of little sketches leading up to it. But it is a big thing. Hold up, let me still just get a positioning sorted, because network, my old nemesis, strikes again. And there we go, come on. I want to be here, there we go. Put that over there. And I want to make sure that we can actually see what is happening. So there we go. There's my clip studio again. So we have got our 9:16 aspect ratio canvas going on here in an animation frame. So I've got a whole bunch of animation cells over here, which I have populated with empty frames, with the sketch layers named with lyrics to Home by Calyx Debonair, because I heard that one morning directly after Timeless Territory, and I thought, that is scarily too fitting. I have to draw this in some sort of a context. So that's what we're doing. So I've done a couple of sketches, just a few, but out of 77 frames that I've got lyrics for, I've only got 24 initial sketches down. So we have much to do. I'm not going to make this like a full render madness because I'm not that insane. So I'm going to try and keep this kind of loose and sketchy and low-key a little bit. Because it's still 77 drawings. It's still 77 drawings. But yeah, that we've got a couple already down, and I'm going to start by taking these and doing cleanups on the ones that we have got before I start sketching out the new stuffs. So, one thing that has not happened is that I have not gotten references for certain outfits 100% down yet, so I am probably going to be improvising quite a bit, or at the very least drastically simplifying a couple of things. So we shall see what exactly I managed to put in here. But I'm probably gonna I'm gonna simplify outfits, otherwise this is gonna take me forever. I'm gonna simplify things. Like there's a couple of things that I'll try and reference the canon material, but for the most part I am going to try and simplify, because otherwise it's going to be a lot and taking quite a long time to make the things. So first things first, we are going to only use my pencil brush. I think that's what we're going to do. So I've got rough sketch here of our wolf boy Valko sitting in a tree around a forest area type thing. And what we're going to do is we're going to just expand on this. I'm probably not going to do too much in terms of color. I'll see here and there if I decide to do so, but I am not 100% sure if I'm going to incorporate much in the line of color at this stage. Alex, hello, welcome in. How goes? Yeah, I'm gonna keep this pretty much sketchbook mode, I think. Is doing good? Hey, nice. Welcome. I'm glad that things are going well. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this sketchbooky. I think that's gonna be my plan. Okay, but what I do want to do is, before that, I just want to come back here and just make sure that I've got my anatomy right here. Because if I've not got the right anatomy, it is not gonna look like the right person. And it's gotta look like the right person. And what we're trying to achieve here is a sort of a pose where he's kind of sitting, knees up, elbows resting on the knees. So let's just see. They're a little bit too outward here still. Especially on this side. I'll fix the width of everything. This is why I'm keeping it pretty loose right now. So yeah, if you guys have any questions at all about where this came out of left field from, please feel free to ask. If you're just here to chill, please do so at your leisure. We are in comfy mode, safe space zone at the moment. Just for the sake of, you know, just being chill and comfy with everyone. So, now I know there are probably going to be better references. I have not had an opportunity to grab specifically paused frames from promotional material for reference purposes of a bunch of the little details that I would potentially find necessary. I tried to grab a couple, but I've obviously missed quite a lot. Yeah, I have missed so much in terms of my reference grabbing. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Whoops. I've been a little bit occupied the last couple of weeks, so it's been a little bit busy. So I'm going to once again improvise. That's what I'm going to do. So, in Harrier fashion, we are going to make sure that the clothing accommodates the anatomy, not the other way around. Okay, and now just confirm with my anatomy book that I'm not being completely daft, because that is not entirely impossible. It's not entirely impossible. Okay. Have I got those in the correct places? The scapula will open like that, because they're moving forward to accommodate the arms going forward. The deltoids come out of there. Triceps come out of there. There's no substitute for good back anatomy, but it's always been one of my weak points, so I'm trying to get better at it every single time. Just a little, right? Okay. Now, does any one of my references have a good shot of the back of his head? Hold up. I don't think that I do have a shot of the back of his head, now that I think about it. I've got a side view. That one is cropped off. That doesn't help. Yeah. Cropped off side view does not help, but that one is the closest I'm gonna get, so that's what we're gonna use. Okay, so he's got a round hairline at the back. if I look at that. Okay. And park the anatomy book over there for a bit. Okay. Am I using this opportunity to study a little bit as well? Yes, because if you can use the opportunity to use any drawing to study and get better, then that is never wasted effort as well. Even if it's just reinforcing a couple of fundamentals. Now, I would theoretically have contemplated, as far as background music for today, considered putting on the Tameless Territory instrumental instead of my usual stuff. However, I was not 100% sure if that was going to get me copyright bonked, so I decided to go and err on the side of caution this time. Get this mega fluffy. I'm really enjoying how this pencil brush is actually working in this case. I'm actually really enjoying how this brush is working. I think thinking about this as if I was working in a sketchbook and not quote-unquote an illustration is actually helping quite significantly. Because my entire history of sketchbooks is pretty much HB pencils and ballpoint pens. There was like zero color in any of my sketchbooks, pretty much ever. So, this is feeling comfortably casual. if I ever decide to try out the grayscale to color rendering method again, I don't know if I will, but if I ever do, for any purpose, I will probably really actively make use of the texture in this pencil quite significantly. And that, sorry for the warning, is the hydrate timer. So, everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. That goes off every half an hour, and I'll try to actually remember to look at it before it goes off next time, so that I can give you guys like a 5-minute warning to say, hey, the timer is going to go off soon. But when I go hyperfocus, I kind of forget to look at it myself. So, whoopsie. That made me jump. I'm sorry. Sorry, Alex. Alright. Next 30 minutes set. And we continue. Now, before anyone, because I know there might be a couple of Valkyries and Wolfpack folk lurking here, but for those of us who are not there, you might be noticing that, 4 ears, that's an unusual thing for a Harrier to draw. Yes, it is unusual, but I can understand the 4 ears in the Valko context. As far as a design decision goes, largely because of animations and the fact that, unlike in the 2D sphere, this is obviously a character from a 3D game. And one thing that I've learned while trying to model characters is that topology is weird, and trying to get a human ear to have the correct topology to be able to blend shape into an animal ear and do that quickly enough and in a way that would not end up looking really uncanny, in a way that would match the rest of the aesthetic of the game. It would have been a technical challenge that I would not wish upon my worst enemy. So I can totally understand why they opted to, rather, considering the half shift gets the ears and tail popped out, I can understand them deciding, you know what, we're just going to let him keep the human ears. Because making the human ears shrink only for wolf ears to pop up would also not make sense, because in that case, why do they not just move? But yeah. So while it's not normal for me to draw my Kimono Mimi with 4 ears, in the context of the character design, I can understand that particular design decision. Because the animations would have been difficult. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to just change how I'm holding my pen. And apply texture here. To imply, come on, work with me, please, thank you. A tree canopy. And for some obscure reason, this thing is being very particular about my pen angle right now. Come on, what's going on? I do not like how any of those ended up happening. Why are you being weird? Let's just see. Just reduce fall off on my settings here. That's a bit better. A little bit more controlled. Now I just need to actually get this to work in a way that doesn't look gross. I know it's just a little bit of scribbly trees on the side, but I want them to not look like the wrong scribbly trees on the side, you know? I was going to ask if it was a dog or a wolf man, but then I read the title of the stream again, and I'm the big done. It's fine. It's fine, Alex. Okay, so first frame, happy. Now this one is gonna have a sequence to it. So we are gonna see what we can copy across between these. Hee hee hee. Once again, we're going to start by making sure that the anatomy is functional. So we've got shoulder blades that come up to there. Deltoids come out of the shoulder blade. He's a bit tanky, so he's got hefty deltoids. Now, the roll of the pelvis is going to be something like that, which means the entire sketch needs to move up a little bit. I will adjust accordingly. Tail goes out that way and then wraps back. Now, just posing out that again to make sure that I've got bones going in the right places. There would, for someone who is got less of a chest, have a little bit of a gap there, but yeah. That is in fact not the case this time. Is going to be space between the ankle and the rest of the leg. But because they're actually sitting on a round thing, or a round-ish thing, I'm gonna let there be some fall off for the foot as well. There we go. Now I want to shrink this down a smidge because I have to actually roll the torso forward a little bit more. No, wrong lasso, wrong lasso. That was not the lasso I was looking for. Yeah, this is the one I was looking for. Sort of almost hugging the knees a little bit. Otherwise, it doesn't quite have the posture I'm looking for. Knees are also going to come down a bit because they're not straight in front of him. There's an angle to these. So yes, I'm currently sitting exactly like this in my chair to be able to figure out what all of the angles are like. For what I'm trying to achieve. Yeah, so we're just thinking this out as we're drawing a little bit. It's fine. It's casual. We're comfy. We're cozy. And we are not thinking too hard. I think that's the main thing, is right now to just enjoy the fact that we are not thinking too hard. I think that's a good thing to be, a good place to be right now. Sort of let that be our general posture. Okay, which means ear root is gonna be like that. Okay, good. Reduce that opacity and come to our other layer on top. Where we now start actually drawing in. That's the one thing about having a catch-all brush, is that it's very easy to accidentally get a little bit lazy and then... Whoops. Now, what I did not check was average footwear preferences. But based on what I can see, for the most part, it leans towards slightly baggier pants with ankle boots. I could be wrong, but that's based on what I can see off of a very, very limited collection of Still's references. That I totally didn't hurriedly grab off of social media this day. Very, very hurriedly. I've been occupied, guys. Okay, so that works for there. Then will be belt. To contact. Cast a bit of a shadow so that it doesn't look strange to have contact curve. Laziest shoe I've drawn all week, but it's fine. Okay, I can definitely feel the changes that I've made to this brush. I don't know if I like it all together again. Oh dear. Okay. You know what half of the issue is? It doesn't work when it's too... low. Am I alright in asking what the note thing is there? Did I miss something, or did something happen last stream? Nothing happened last stream, but it's got to do with the character that we're drawing. So, for context, the guy, Valko, that we are drawing is from a gacha game by the name of Love in Deep Space. And if you are not familiar with it, I do not necessarily blame you. It is an action otome game, so it's a dating simulator, that I kind of very, very loosely fell into sometime last year, very casually, and probably with more than 3 occasions where I did not log in for a month straight because life happened. But long story short, the entire narrative of the game has this really cool sci-fi setting, and the main story has been building to stuff, and part of that has been dropping crumbs regarding this guy's existence. Now, he was supposed to be the last playable romanceable character in the game, but he was also supposed to be released to playability now on the 9th of July. Unfortunately, come the 30th of June, the game company said nope, he got cancelled. And nobody liked this. Nobody liked this. I didn't like this because we saw the promotional material for this guy, and he was just 100% precious, for lack of spoilery descriptions. Absolutely precious doggo, wolf boy, with the most promising story arc. And because some guys didn't like that he was more buff looking and more European looking in the Chinese market, they decided, nope, we're going to cancel him. And they ran a smear campaign using the promotional material cut in most how can I phrase this? Most misinforming ways to run a whole smear campaign against him, which inevitably resulted in the cancellation of his character. And since then, if you have been seeing Valko is loved or Bring Back Valko trending on Twitter, that's this guy. He was a good boy. Gotcha, I can understand why people are annoyed. He was a very good boy. He was absolutely 100% best boy energy. Like, I mentioned it in my own tweet, like, when I discovered that things were going on like this, and I decided, you know what, I'm not going to talk about this from a person observing the gaming industry perspective, but as an actual player perspective. He was going to be the character that I wanted to main as my actual... He was going to be my person in the game, if I can phrase it that way. And then they yoinked him, and I don't like that. I can understand why you definitely need the note now. My first instinct was to bash the games with devs or not. No, it was a smear campaign against the character from a couple of very, very, very... I won't say devoted, because I don't think that's the right word. I don't think the worst kind of parasocial, let's call it that way. The worst kind of parasocial fans, potentially market competitors, we don't know. The so-called fans were very ill-behaved. CL, yes, welcome in. Good to have you here. Yes, the so-called fans were very ill-behaved. I won't go into details. If you want to read about the details, the link to more information about that is in the video description. You can open that up in a new tab. It's the first link. It's called Valko is innocent, I think .com or .org. I can't remember right off the top of my head right this very second. I can't remember right off the top of my head this very second what the description says. Yeah, valkoisinnocent.com. It's got the entire backstory of what's going on. And since then, it has been 15 days of everyone and their boyfriends saying, okay, can we get this doggo back in game? And it literally has been a worldwide phenomenon of just rallying behind the idea of this guy was supposed to be the literal golden retriever type character in the roster, and these aunties kind of just used out of context material and framed it as if it was breaking and entering and such other unsafe things. And that obviously has a whole ugly strain of implications on a social level that they were very, very, very much abusing, and it was not good. But the people who have actually been waiting for this guy have been thorough supporters of the game, have been thorough supporters of the entire notion of, you know, just having the story told in the way that it's supposed to be told and everything. Literally a whole bunch of reasons to love the game and to try and actually keep it alive have been coming together and rallying behind getting this character back in game, because if they can scrap a character who has been in development since the game launched, I think I can't remember when the game launched. It was a couple of years ago now. But since the game launched, they have been prepping for this guy. He's been in development for at least 2 years. If they can scrap someone a couple of days before launch, what's stopping them from changing other content in-game? Basically was the argument. That, and the thing that's got a lot of people upset and scared. And yes, there are a plethora of other issues in the game. But for now, the one that we are fighting for most is to get our wolf boy back in game, because he's precious. And we want him back in the game, please. It was either 2023 or 2024 for the launch, can't recall. Okay, I think it might have been 2023? I don't know. We stan Wolfboy, we stan Wolfboy, exactly. Like, he was gonna be a really, really great character on the front of that. One, he is just generally very OP openly affectionate, despite being, you know, the tank build character. But also, he was, as far as the male leads go that I've seen, probably one of the healthiest examples of masculinity that I have seen in media in general. Zany, welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, I was not impressed that they treated him as badly, because he was going to be like one of the healthiest examples of healthy masculinity in media, and they decided, no, we're gonna frame him ugly. We're gonna do him the dirty, and I did not like that. So, needless to say, I want him back. Not just because he's the character that I like, because he's someone who is aspirationally attractive to anyone. And I forgot to check the hydrate timer to let you guys know that it was coming again. But that was the hydrate timer. So, everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Okay, so at this stage we are averaging 1 sketch per half hour. We want to speed that up a little bit. But yeah. I was a tad iffy on the dual ears, but seeing the wolf ones pop out was so darn cute. Yeah, that was a thing that I mentioned a little bit earlier in stream as well. I can forgive the 4 ears in Valko's case specifically because of the context in which the half shift pops out. And the context of the media in which they're working, because Love in Deep Space is a 3D game, obviously. It has a couple of limitations, and one of them being how animations work. Unrelated to current topic, but I've already found an artist who doesn't use Clip Studio. Wow! I went on an art spree, so I'm not too surprised. Yeah, no, Clip Studio's got some other competition when it comes to drawing stuffs. Paint Tool Sai is still very good. I heard that it had a recent update. Krita is a very good free and open source option that works on Linux systems. If you guys are working on iPad, then there are options there. Procreate, who I still think was either the most abysmal or the most incurably well-devised naming convention for an art software. I still can't decide exactly which. I've heard of someone that even uses Microsoft Paint, to be honest. Yeah, no, there's a lot of good art software out there. I've just been using Clip Studio Paint since it was still called Manga Studio, so it's like, it's my vibe. I was never a Photoshop girly. Oh, speaking of Photoshop, I did actually hear that they have created a plugin or something that makes the GIMP user interface, GIMP being the free and open source art software as well, basically look and feel like Photoshop with Photoshop brush compatibilities and a whole bunch of those features as well. So, interesting. Very, very interesting. If you are a Photoshop user who is looking to get away from Adobe. Mwaha. I can think of a couple of things that would allow 4 ears to happen, like if the ears are normally hidden and pop out when surprised, or if they're a half wolfman and half human type thing. Okay, message from Zany, that looks commission related, let me check. Étonné. Yes, I can send that through. One moment, please. I have it here. Let me just open it in a new tab. Let me just send this thing to Zany because Zany is a commissioner of mine and he is waiting on a thing. So I should have it. Okay. One moment, please. I'm gonna drop this. Did I give you the Google Drive folder in the previous thing? I don't know if I did. I'm feeling really dumb now. Okay, so you did? Okay. So in that same folder, you're going to get the .blend and the .cs30 files for Draco Anima as well. So the .cs30 is the Clip Studio version of the model. So you'll get that. As well as the thing, and both of them look like they have uploaded successfully. Yay! So you can check out your drive link. It should be there and ready for you. Thank you, no problem. Okay, so I'm just going to drop that in there. Okay. Show that I want to be on frame 3. But yeah, we were on the 4 ears thing. So, the thing with the 4 ears is that when it comes to the 3D medium, getting the ears to animate can be a little bit of an interesting thing, as in getting human ears to animate into the wolf ears in terms of either a morph or a one disappears and the other pitches up. What is .md? Let me just do this. Oh, that's model data. The .cs is for Clip Studio and the .md is model data. Unless we're talking about a completely different file that I'm now not sure about. Oh, the .md is the markdown. .markdown, that is for your swatch key that's coded as a table. So it's just got the names of what on your swatch is coded for what, just in a markdown file. January 2024 for the release date. Curiosity got me. Okay, thank you for satiating all of our curiosity, because I was also wondering. Yeah. Hey, that ain't gonna fly. Thank you, CL. Yeah, I think I kind of fell in somewhere last yearish. I can't remember exactly when. Okay, now this one we reduce it all the way. And now we need to make an adjustment to what is happening over here. So that all gets temporarily removed. Okay. Cancel. That's not what we're looking for. Over here. Adjust our base sketch down. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to take all of these and actually just bump them down a bit. Like that. I want to come back to this one and I want to separate out the tree to a different layer. Because otherwise I'm going to have issues later. So try this again. There we go. Did I ever finish saying why I forgive the 4 years? Because there was another technical reason that I don't think I got to. And that was topology. Right. It's very, very, very difficult to come up with a topology mesh that will go in 3D from a human-shaped ear to a wolf-shaped ear without having crazy deformations across the entire head, and also then needing to migrate through the hairline. It's not an easy thing to get right, and it would look very, very, very uncanny. So that being the case, I can very thoroughly understand why, in the interest of not having every animator, 3D modeler, and developer in the team weep blood trying to get things to work, I can understand them opting to go 4 years. I can understand that. It just made sense, given everything else. Like, if he was the sort of character that had the ears and tail out all the time, because that would be the normal thing for his species, then in that particular instance, I would say, you know what, scrap the second pair of ears. But given that there is a disguise as human element to the entire thing, I can understand its absence in that regard. Or I can understand opting for the methodology that would lead to less technical pain. Okay. Now, it's kind of slumped, and then what happens to the shoulder? Okay. Did I completely mess up? The rounding here? Not entirely, so I can still save this. I can still save this. So the entire thing is going to just rotate down a little bit more. Something like that. Now, we're mostly there, but now the head is just a little bit too big on this bottom sketch, I think. Just a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Getting places. I'll come back to this probably. Okay. There we go. Getting places. Now we can clean up expression. Because hairline is wrong. And let's hide the base because that's just getting in the way now. And those brows are now wrong, very obviously. Looks like he's looking over our heads. That's not what we want. There we go. That's still not right. Okay. As good as I'm gonna get it for now. We're in a classic case of perfect is the enemy of good. Let's move on to the next frame. Oh. I was definitely previous. Oh dear, I was definitely previous. Let me just un-erase that section. Okay, it's better. Now we get this to match. Okay. Good. Great. Now we take that, copy to number 5, take the entire thing, scale up to zoom in. Would help if I actually had both layers selected. Please and thank you. Scale up. Okay. Hide you. Okay. The canvas flip is important. Good grief, that gaze is way off. And check again. Opposite side corrections. Once again. Good enough. Okay. So that is first 5 panels that were actually a lot more complicated than I thought they were going to be. It's fine. It's fine. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set the hydrate timer. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. I am 4.5 minutes late. Whoopsie. And that's going to be the end of my coffee. There we go. And reset our timer. Okay, so next frame is an instrumental interlude, happens here, because this is like the intro section to the song. And then there's a musical interlude, which I could not reference that particular piece of the promotional material where the headphones flop. I couldn't not. It was too cute. It was too cute to not reference the floppy headphones sitting on the other set of ears. So we're rolling with that. What I don't have is actually a reference for the default hunter outfit, because not once since I have been playing do I think I've ever taken a screenshot of that. So I don't have it on file anywhere. Chibi! Yes, Chibi. We're getting Chibi buff wolf boy. Because he's cute. He's pupper. I very, very seldom draw chibis, you guys know this, so... I very, very nearly did the general winged character Misthaven thing and gave him a backless polo neck instead of just sleeveless. That was way, way, way close to that. What I want to do is I want to open a reference tab and go Love and Deep Space MC Hunter uniform. Let's see. Images. So that I've actually got a reference so that I know what I'm doing with our Miss Hunter over here. For our default looking lass. Oh, she's actually got pants on. Why did I think she had a skirt on? Or shorts? In default mode. Okay, so now this gets duplicated because there are two poses for this. And I want to have another layer where we're going to draw the face. Because I'm gonna want to cheat with this. This needs adjustment because it is a little bit much. Okay. And duplicate that to the opposite one, or the other one. Okay, this one then gets merged down. And we get our floof. Okay. That works for that one. You get reduced, like so. Then this one, you are gonna tilt, like so. Okay. You're gonna get reduced. Oh, that's cute. I love how he's wearing the headphones. Yeah, it's a reference to his actual promotional material where the main character takes headphones that were on his human ears, puts them on top of his wolf ears, and then they flop over his chin like that. It was so adorable. Oh, it's so adorable. And the main character kind of took it as or the player character sort of did it as a joke, but seeing him actually vibing and rolling with the joke is kind of just like, eh? So for the little musical interlude, we've got these two that'll toggle. So actually I'm going to take away the tail on this single, because it does not make sense to have a tail on a single note followed by the doubles. Okay, so we've got that little cute musical interlude vibe going. Hee. So, opening sequence and then musical interlude. It's gonna toggle between those two for a little bit, and then next line involves running, so we gotta include that. But do we want to do that? Actually, I'm gonna do something a little bit different because of what happens next in this sequence. So I'm changing my mind on the fly. Okay. Yeah, that's the vibe. Okay. But I'm gonna flip this one over because then it matches his posture in the rest of this sequence. Bread, hello, hello, welcome in. How goes the sanity fan art? The sanity fan art is going smashingly. I'm gonna put away the wings for now because I feel like they're getting in the way. Blah. Okay. Hello, Bread. Yes, the sanity fan art is going smashingly. Sweet, yeah. We have been sketching away and it's been going pretty well. We've made a bunch of nice sketches of frames for things, and it's gotten really cute so far. And I'm looking forward to where it's going. I think this is definitely going to do its job in terms of giving people happy, encouraging vibes for what we're aiming to achieve with it, but I'm not happy with the angle of the nose there. That's better. I knew that was looking off. That's great. Also, the upside down headphones are cute. I'm so glad everyone likes the upside down headphones. They were too cute in the promotional material to let not get referenced. I Okay. Now I want to just check, have I got this? I should have. Something, right? Nope, I thought I had one of those shots. I did not have one of those shots. Or did I? Oh. I did. Okay. Fancy jacket is fancy jacket. Okay. Like, seriously fancy jacket. And I can't see that shape properly. I'm gonna simplify and ignore the pin, because there's a pin on the tie here, but I can't see it properly and I'm not gonna waste time. So I'm just gonna ignore that. I will put the chains on, because that's a thing, but I'm going to ignore the pin for the sake of my sanity. Why? Because this is sanity arting after all. Both for myself and for anyone who's joining in. Because I did put the link for today's stream someplace where the folk who are actively involved in the organized return efforts are a little bit more active. And by a little bit, I mean a lot more active. So that if anyone wanted to decompress and drop by, they can. I don't know if any of the Valkyries or the Wolf Pack are lurking, but if you are, I hope that you're feeling comfy and cozy. Okay, we are 8 minutes to the next hydrate timer. Okay. Okay. Now, Okay, that's going pretty well. Just gonna flip this for hind legs, because that curve is easier to do that way around. There we go. Okay, so daydreaming. There we go. There we go. That ended up sufficiently cute. I'm happy with that. It's so easy for wolf drawings to end up being quite overdone. But that works. Okay. Now, this one is a little bit of a... I'm still in two minds if I want to have this open on the notification screen, or whether I want to already have this in chat, in a chat screen, because I've got a chat screen that comes up later. This is the chat screen. So let me create this, and then I'll work it backwards to the two notifications that come before. I'm going to make it the chat screen only, because that way I have to draw less. I have 77 panels in here. The least that I can draw to get the most out of it is going to be important if I want to ever finish this, and I want to finish this. So we're gonna go feel that? Yeah, we understand. Have I got an asset in the 3D section of the clip, of my clip stuffs? Have I got small object? Have I got a phone in here anyway? Probably not, because it has not necessarily been anything in my usual list of articles that I draw people with. I have all of the swords and spears. I have all of the swords and spears. I have not got a cell phone. Okay, I'm just gonna you know what, I'm just gonna do symmetry ruler on this. Do it this way. This is in number 15. This is the only one where I will use a symmetry ruler so I can leave it in there. In my opinion, I'm pretty sure a good sword or spear would serve me better in a corporate world than a phone. You know what? I cannot argue against that entirely. I cannot argue against that. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Oh, yeah. Like, how to convince the shareholders to not do the dumb. Sir, may I introduce you to my claymore? Or if the claymore is not your speed, what a saber do you well this day? Choose your poison, choose your poison. Do you want to get the slicey slice or the stabby stab? Alternative to either, you can actually just go ahead and do all the smarts. Sharpen a desk with a spear. So, about that information you said you'd get to me 2 days ago. Walk into the shareholders meeting with 2 dueling swords. I am ready to fight you over this. I challenge you to a duel, sir. I can see that. I can see that being a very interesting corporate culture. I can imagine that staff turnover would be quite high. Just a little. Like, unless maybe, I don't know, it was a company that was making historical era martial arts weapons or whatever, then that would be actually a proper fitting piece of corporate culture. It's like, I don't agree about how this particular thing is being handled. A duel! And then they actually happen to be HEMA fighters, and then boom. It works! Who shall be the team lead? A duel! Red, tell me when and when I'll bring an audience some popcorn. I know a person who would love a company like that. She has an annoyance towards users and defenses for fun. Oh dear. Like, I have all of the doubts of me ever being in a position where I would be leading a company that's got more people in it than just me. But in the unlikely event that it ever did happen, I could easily roll with the idea of having a dueling ring set up. Sorry, I just spotted something that requires my immediate attention. One moment, please. I want to learn to fence, but it's hard when I'm only ever awake at night. I feel you there, she says at 2:10 in the morning. I feel you there. It's tough. Sorry guys, just gotta deal with an issue here. It requires a little bit of burliness. I don't know why it requires burliness. It shouldn't require burliness. I'd probably join in, but the exhaustion. I getcha, I getcha. I'd probably, for health and safety reasons, keep it to, you know, foam weapons, if I ever did that. But I'd still want to do it, because it's just too perfect to not. Points-based system. Or if weapons is not everyone's speed, then, I don't know, table tennis? Whoever wins the table tennis match. Okay, this is bad. Something... Okay. Clearly enough panic solves the problem. Clearly enough panic solves the problem. Yes, okay, so that was the battery on my phone dying. Because... If my... That was the thing that I was trying to solve, but my cable wouldn't unplug from the other place. Because it was not charging properly. So, I'm just going to quickly switch to the media pipe tracking. One moment, please. So I'm going to just switch this way. Hello? Calibrating. Calibrating. Hopefully it's working. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, iPhone tracking died for a bit because my charging cable was not charging. So yeah, we're now on a different sort of facial tracking. Okay. This is a very squat phone. How would I look at it? Like, very squat. Take that. Pull it down. Move the entire thing up a bit. Something like that, yeah. Now close the gaps. Okay. There we go. Unflip that. Symmetry ruler. Away. Now, I know there's an actual in-game user interface for what text messages look like. I haven't got a screenshot. So I'm gonna do an obviously hyper-stylized version, because that way people know I'm not necessarily 100% trying to duplicate. Okay. Oh. Sis, it feels very weird writing in lowercase now. I'm so used to drawing in, writing in all caps. Lowercase feels weird. Okay. Once again, I could have probably done that with the text blocks. Because Clip Studio has text blocks that is perfect for this sort of thing. But in keeping everything stylistically consistent, let's just keep it at this. And then whatever that send button would look like. Okay. Now we're gonna do a duplicate of this. And we're gonna pull this all the way to frame number 9 over here. Okay, and then we are going to remove that. Actually, before I remove both of those, okay, now we duplicate, and that goes into frame number 13. Of course it would go 13. There. Okay. Actually, no, before that, we're gonna go back to 9, and we're gonna go and apply our perspectives. Because just before, because we're cheating on interface doesn't necessarily mean we need to cheat, be slack on other parts. So now we go here, add some depth. Okay. There we go. This is probably super awkward, but you know what? It's the idea that matters, right? Okay, now we duplicate that, put that in number 13, drop U, like that. Come over here, reduce that opacity. All good, okay. Now we can do the frames in between. Okay. And of course, you couldn't see any of that because my HDMI in had frozen. I'm sorry about that. Why did no one say that my HDMI was frozen? Okay. So, we speed ran a phone. Didn't realize. Yeah. If nothing is changing for a while, it means things are frozen. Didn't realize I was locked in doing a jigsaw. Okay, that... Being mindful of what you're doing with your hands when you're operating a jigsaw is far more important. Honestly, I get it. Thank you for protecting your extremities by not looking too hard at my stream while operating a jigsaw. Yeah, that would have ended badly. That would have ended really badly. Okay. So, while this was great for grabbing expression, in terms of proportion, it is way off. So let us do those proportional corrections, shall we? Okay. That is... no, this is a divide by 3 from here, so... Yeah, okay. One. Okay. So... I wasn't completely wrong. Okay, I wasn't completely wrong. Okay, I'm feeling a bit better now. Okay. Like that will do. Okay. I'm not entirely happy with the shape of the mouth there. Reduce opacity again. I know it looks like you can't see anything probably on that lowered opacity, but it's fine. Or it'll be very, very light at this point. Before I put that back in, let's just increase this again so that I can confirm that I've got everything I need in here, which I don't. Finger posture while operating a phone is very different when your relative size to the phone is much, much larger than mine. Good grief. I can't use myself as a reference here. No! Because proportionality doesn't work that way. That's a really fancy suit. Okay. Let's try this again. Did I remember to reset my timer? No, I did not. What's the time? It is on the half hour. Okay, so everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Instinct has told me that it has been a half an hour. I am only 3 minutes late this time. Oh dear. Oh boy. There we go. Next one set. There we are. This is once again an approximation because limited references, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to aim for too much accuracy. Structurally enough to recognize, but not gonna destroy myself over details. Okay, and then when I've got these two NPCs in the background done, then I am going to duplicate this twice, do the expression shifts, and then I'm going to go and make myself a fresh cup of coffee because mine has been gone for too long. Okay, that will work. Reduce. Copy. Paste and paste. What's the expression shift here? Subtle. Expression shift here is annoyance at the guys behind. So starts by dropping the brows. Nearly got it. Okay, so that's that expression shift. And then last expression shift is gonna be also fond, but a little bit more conflicted. And why do I get the feeling I have messed up? Because I have, that's why. Let's add another layer on top to fix it. Oh my word, that was abysmal. That needs to be... Firstly, clear that lot, because yikes. Add that over the top, so just lower that a little bit more, and then add a little bit more mass there. This is all still wrong. This is all still very, very, very wrong. I do not like how that's working at all. Clear it, because it's just not working. And the issue is foundational. issue is foundational. So let me grab the expression parts on these three and separate them out. So that layer is going to go away. And that one is going to go away. And this one we're going to separate out. And we're going to use this to just repair our placements, because there is so much that needs fixing here. Okay, that's a good starting point. That still needs to flatten a little bit on this side. Okay. That's looking a little bit more in proportion. We're not all the way there yet, but we're getting closer. Now these, we're gonna just change the rotation angle based off of the nose, and I've got all three layers selected at the same time. Okay, so now if I copy this and go paste and paste, okay, that's looking a lot more consistent. That's looking more consistent. I'm feeling better about that now. Okay. And we are now at 13 plus 1 out of 77, so 14 out of 77. Good to go. Now, why did I do the dumb? Oh man, I did the dumb. Of an insane proportion. Oh no! Oh man, I did a dumb of the insane proportions. Oh no. I hate it when that happens. I deleted it. By accident. This layer I deleted by accident. So now I've got to redraw it. I don't know how that happened. Can't control Z? No, it's like 3 whole panels back in the queue, so I have to rebuild. Because if I undo, then I'm going to need to undo literally 40 minutes of work. And that ain't gonna fly. It's gonna be faster to just redo this. You can't undo deletes? No, you can undo deletes. It's just that I can't selectively redo if I undo and undo too many. If you understand what I'm saying. If I perform an action, it erases the cue that happens after that action. After an undo, if that makes sense. I feel like I'm not making sense, but... I think I do? Okay. Okay, good enough. I know it's not necessarily the same line quality, but I am not going to waste more effort on that. It is good enough. It gets the idea across. Okay. Now this one, why did I have him leaning forward like this? I'm gonna change that posture because I'm probably gonna reuse it later for something else. But first I'm going to quickly go make myself another cup of coffee. I shall be back momentarily. So let's just see. Okay, see you shortly. There should be hot water in the flask still, so it should be very quick. I have returned. I have returned. Okay, and back to here. Ow! Don't, if I can just not wheel over my toe with my chair. Aina! Oh, okay. And that with 9 minutes to the next hydrate. Okay. So, this is... generally not advised to do that. Yeah. You know what? I think I'm gonna be a little bit devious. I'm gonna duplicate this one more time. And I'm gonna make a kind of colossal change. Okay. I'm gonna be a bit devious. Because in the absence of dueling, we can, I suppose, agree that an occasional necessary thunk on the noggin would be a reasonable way to keep unruly corporate staff members in line. Okay, maybe not a thunk, but... Definitely. You can tell whatever this guy was saying, it was definitely worth a reprimand of some description. And that's the hydrate timer. So, everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Yep, fresh coffee, just in time. There we go. Like, I think that's a fun way of framing a little bit of social context for this guy as well, considering he's supposed to be pretty high up in a big tink company. So there's that little bit of authority on his side as well. I'm just thinking, I need to just check something real quick over here. Almost there. Oh no, oh no, oh no. That's wrong. I just need to do... a... check here. Just fixing a thing real quick. Okay. Almost there. Okay, fixed. Okay, so next we've got... Oh, this is up against Wanderers, and I need to get references for what Wanderers look like. I'll skip these 2 frames for now, because they're gonna... no. I'll skip frames 15 and 18 for now, because I need to actually get references for what Wanderers look like. I know I drew that one roughly from memory, but I can't remember actually what it looks like. I know there's one that's like a ball with 2 shells on the sides-ish. But I can't remember exactly. But I do like the kind of scary over-the-shoulder look. That one's also got a Wanderer in it that I've got to do. No, I will... So, these 3 are combat-centric. I can't get that without actually a reference of what the enemies look like. Let's move on to this one. Which is number 19. Which is actually not far off from being pretty spot on. Just gonna reduce the opacity a little bit. Okay, not that much. Okay. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's fine. It's an opportunity to show off the very distinctive teeth. That are absolutely stunning. So we've got normal incisors, sharpened incisors, and then the canines. How's that for a detail? How perfect a canine is that? Okay. What the blazes just happened? Okay. Whatever that was. Go back. Okay. Now, what's definitely not right is the position of the jawbone here. That is definitely not right. Based on flip view. That needs to be a little bit more vertical. Okay. That'll work. Yeah, that's closer to the mark. Good anatomy first. What are we trying to achieve here? There we go. Okay, now let's get the head back right again. Because that seems to be the challenge that I'm facing with this hairstyle every single time, is the shape of the head back. Okay, yeah, at this point ears would be out again. That'll work. Wait. So far, so good. Okay. Good grief, zooming out was necessary. That is not looking right. And half of it's got to do with what I'm seeing at the bottom there. So. That needed to come out. This needs to come back. That needs to come back. Okay. Add a little bit of speed dynamic to this madness. To hide all of the messiness. Okay. That works. Cool. So the 3 panels prior to that include Wanderers, which I need to get references for, which I've not got the guts for right now. But basically what happens is MC gets a wound, he loses it, and then chaos ensues. And then we go into the next sequence, which is after the battle. Okay. Whew. We are almost to the point where I am out of pre-pen sketches for the lyrics for this song. Oh my word. In other news, I found the perfect vessel for consciousness. I've been nailing down specifics for yesterday. Ooh. So I purchased it and commissioned a piece with some edits to bring it closer to what I want. Ooh. I'll show it off once those edits are done. Ooh. Ooh. Am I understanding correctly that that's a VTuber vessel? Because it sounds like a VTuber vessel for consciousness. Am I right? I hope so. Yes and no. Ooh, I intend to use it maybe for a TTS spot in the future. Ooh. Lore-wise, it's the vessel for the combined consciousness of the crests on Zany's back. Ooh. Ooh, I see. Then I'm going to add another file to your SVG. Ugh, an SVG. Bleh. The SVG file. Did I send you the SVG file for the tattoos? Did I make an SVG file for your tattoos? Hold up. PNG. Zany back that to .svg. Yes, I did. Okay, so that's gonna be history. Open that folder again. Let me just drop that in. Why have I not got any of the SVGs in here? Hold up. There. All of your tattoos are now being uploaded into your Google Drive as vector format, which is scalable by math. So the SVG versions are the ones that you would use if you needed to ever, I don't know, make merch or whatever. And you want to like have something that can get cut out by a laser printer or engraved or whatever. Because it's based on paths. So it's stuff that a CNC type machine would be able to follow. I thought I'd sent it, but I obviously hadn't. Sorry about that. I'll get all of those moved around accordingly in the meantime then. Almost time for work right now. Ah, I see. Good luck with work, Zany. Okay. Almost there. Redo. So what I'm learning is I need to not start drawing his hair from his hairline, but from his temples. Okay. Okay, okay, so that is a very uncomfortable position. I think I might have exaggerated the size difference a little bit much. And I'm gonna use that as my scaling anchor point to bring that up and in. Okay. Earth. Fix that. This is probably one of the worst instances of a hand that I've ever drawn, but it's fine. It's fine. It's not going to be on screen for long. No context seating. Okay. Let's just clean that up because that is not a good angle on that. That looks a bit better. Okay. That'll work. I'm not going to use this. Firstly, that expression and entire gesture was way too much like someone else. I'm going to duplicate this though. And we're going to edit it. Okay, edit is going well so far. On this slide. Let's not have the sun angled down though, it needs to be more like that. That'll work. And then something cute for something else, change of pace again. Okay. Did I ever reset the hydrate timer? I did not. But it is in fact time for another hydrate. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Yep. Okay, so oh shucks, that means that we're down to the last 3 panels before I have run out of pre-sketched lyric. Okay. It's only taken us most of stream time, but it's fine, it's fine. Okay. We've actually been going pretty well considering how much double work I ended up needing to do, so it's all good. Actually, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well just... you know what, let me just start here. Oh boy. That works. That'll work. Okay, that's an adorable frame. I'm glad you like it. It's not exactly a calendar month, but the fact that probably the entire shippiest month in the entire history of my art career happened to take place in the month that my brother got married is kind of wild to me. It's like, I did not expect this tonal shift in my art to be timed like this. What's going on? I don't understand it. Because between this and Stephen Afro's animatic, I'm doing a lot more shippy art than I've ever done before. I don't know how I feel about this. I still don't feel like I would do it on commission basis, but like, I generally don't draw things like this. Sometimes it just works out like that. Yeah, I guess so. But still, it's kind of wild to me. Whistles innocently and having too many ideas to pick one in that flavor of art. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you, Bread. I hear you. Okay. That'll work. Then we've got the cutesy one that happens before the second chorus. Okay. The classic grab hand and run. That's in literally probably every romance anime opening PV ever, right? I don't really know. I haven't really watched very many of them, but I'd expect it would to be in there. It feels very much like something I would anticipate seeing. No clue either. Yep. Okay. While that we're drawing love in deep space, while we are currently sitting with a bird that has the romantic sensibility of a dead mud prawn and a loaf of bread. Conversing about, would this be normal? I have no idea. Neither of us have normality in our current reference library for this madness. We have no idea what we are doing. And we're doing it anyways, yes! We have no idea what we're doing, and you cannot stop us. I don't know. It's fun. I feel like that I have no idea what's going on, but we're vibing. Energy is currently very much what is captured in MC's expression here. Rover, good morning. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I legit have that on a hand towel in my kitchen. I have no idea what I'm doing and that won't stop me. Oh, that is perfect. I love that. I love that. Okay, I'm kind of living for the absolute cluelessness in MC's expression here. Oh my word. I am somewhat proud of that. Okay. Let's make Valko's expression here a little bit more mischievous, right? He's got a little bit of a mischief streak. I have a very, very vague idea of what I'm doing, but it's getting murkier and murkier. Oh dear. Okay, I'm not happy with that smirk. I will come back to it. Well, if nothing else, I'm getting some kind of practice in for Ronan and Kerith at the very least, I guess. Let me think of it that way. I'm getting practice in for working with Ronan and Kerith. Oh, that's gonna be wild to work with. Okay, zoom out again. So, anchor points, like that. Smaller hands tend to get smushed in bigger hands a little bit. So that would be appropriate in that way. Okay. I am definitely way too attached to this sleeveless neck. Oh no. Oh no. And that is in the wrong place. Oh boy. My perspective is not perspectiving. There we go. That's more appropriate. More floof. Okay. Kind of ignoring what the shape of the bottom of MC's boot looks like, but frankly, that's not the important part of the illustration, so blah. Pretty much the rest of that pose gets lost this way, so it's fine. Her knee would be about there, her ankle would be about there, her foot would be about there. You see none of it. Okay. Reduce that. And flip to just check. Oh my word, that definitely needs help. Oh, that so needs help. And this is why we flip to check. Don't change there. Nose length. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. The problem is the smoke is supposed to go to the opposite side. His mouth pulls along on the other side, not on this side. Still not happy with that smoke. I'm gonna change it. Start by rotating this like so. That's closer to the mark. but it needs to be elevated more. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Actually, I've now overextended the nose. Okay, good enough. Save button is probably a good idea right about now. I don't know if I've done that yet today. I probably haven't, now that I think about it. I probably haven't. Whoops. Okay, well, 23 frames in, 20 frames in. It's not bad as first time to hit the save button. Whoops. Whoopsie. Okay. And we are 2 minutes away from the next hydrate timer. And then we've got a chorus. Now, how do I want to do the chorus that's going to be specific to this time around? So, for those of you who are joining in fresh, or can't remember from earlier, what we are busy doing is actually kind of an animatic type of thing. Obviously for a vertical format. All in sketchy mode. And it is basically gonna be edited to the song Home by Calyx Debonair, because I thought that was ridiculously too fitting for this character. And that's been living rent-free in my head for more than a week, so I have to get the mental itch scratched in that way. And we are, save for 3 frames that I need to get references for what Wanderers look like. We have pretty much gotten the first third. Yes, a little bit more than the first third of the song framed out. So we've got a whole bunch going on. And it's all in relation to lyric plus context of the game. And it's going pretty well. Also, that was the hydrate timer, so everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. And it's already cold. Yeah. At least you realized before you ended stream and closed everything. Thankfully. That would have been bad otherwise. That would have been bad otherwise, honestly. I put a little bit of cocoa in the bottom of my coffee. And it's all settled. And now it's all gone. Just like a half a teaspoonful of cocoa. I really enjoy bitter chocolate, which I think is appropriate for today as well. Because on top of everything else, Wolfboy is a chocoholic. It's so cute. It could be worse. I left a travel mug of tea in my car for an hour, and when I came back it was warmer than when I left. Oh my. Oh my. I can... Life hack for summer, okay. Noted. Noted. Wow. Okay. Sure. Sure. Wow. Okay. So next is gonna be... next line is... another... I don't know. Where do I want to take it with this one? Do I want to go... Okay, so... Let me give you guys context, because I'm pretty sure most of you guys... I don't know how many of you guys actually know this song. But the upcoming lyric is... Happy ever after, without laughter, never mattered or changed a thing. Which is actually also the opening lines, so... Here it also begins with... Happy ever after, without laughter, never mattered or changed a thing. Is on this one. As long as you believe it, you know you'll see it, you can live a radiant dream. Kill. And that is the primary hook of the entire chorus, is... Well, it's the first half of the chorus, actually. It's not the entire chorus, but it's the first half of the chorus. So, I had this big bright smile here, but I don't know if it's the most appropriate way to start with this. I'm not feeling it here, in this case. I've been changing my mind a lot today about what am I going to do on these frames that I've already planned out. So happy ever after, without laughter, never mattered or changed a thing. As long as you believe it, you know you'll see it, you can live a radiant dream. And whether you know just where to go, I'll prove it, you can find your place. So go with the flow and make it a show. I know I'll never be alone, smiling cause I finally found a star to follow me home. That is the lyric for the sequence between here frame 24 and frame 34. So that's 10 frames across those lines of lyric. And I know that I've had a rough idea, but I'm gonna skip past it for now, for that chorus, because I want to think about it more. So I will address that in a separate occasion. So 34 is found a star to follow me home. So that's going to be something cutesy. Figuring out something appropriate as I let the brain juices do the thing. Now this one I want to take, this next verse I want to take to MC's perspective a little bit. So this is going to be in reference to the Hunter's Watch, I think is a good idea. So let's see. Which I'll also need to get a reference for what that looks like, but it's fine. Okay. Not a message notification. I'm gonna make this a alert. Okay. So we're gonna have much of dissipating wonder is behind here? I'm gonna head to bed as it's 3 AM and I don't know how much time has passed this quickly. Oh, you don't know how time has passed this quickly? Hope the drawings keep coming out great and you remember to save. Thank you, Alex. I hope you rest well. Yes, it is indeed early in the day. For those of us in Europe time. But thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed. And yes, rest well. I don't want to do too much speculation for where the plot is going to go of the actual main game. I have an idea of where it's going to go, based on the build-ups that we've seen in-game. I don't want to make too much speculation. So that's carbon copy life, comes a dozen a dime. Let's see, what next? Watch. I think I honestly don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. This lyric is... I'm gonna do this. be on this frame. Be here. Grab that and flip. Nope. Something like that. So cheerful. Okay, that'll work. Probably a plot reference. If they don't change anything, they better not. This, which is absolutely not a companion cube. But it could be. Now that I look at it, it does look slightly companion cube-ish. Totally not a companion cube. Can't remember what the exact scaling is on this relative to our boy. Let's have a look, see, do I have that in a reference? Do I have that in a reference? I think it's tiny. I feel like it's supposed to be tiny. Yeah, I think it's small. Okay. It's probably going to need some refinement on that sketch, but it's fine. It gives the idea, which for me is enough for now. But now, what's the next? Let me think. Save button is in order. I think I need another frame. It's just getting close to 80. Oh no. That needs references, that needs references. References are needed for a whole bunch of these, oh no. Okay, up till there, also, I want to think about that sequence more. Now, here's an interesting one. So, here, we're gonna speculate. I know we said earlier that I didn't want to speculate too much, but in this case, we're allowed to speculate, specifically because it is very much likely to happen at some point, but all details are completely absent from any currently existing marketing material, so headcanons can just headcanon at their own speed on this one. Mosh Pup, hello, hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yes, we have been slightly terrifyingly productive today. In good ways. We are letting the brain just scratch away some mental itches that I've had going for a while. I don't want like that arm posture. I don't like that arm posture at all. Taking some time away from the commission grind to have some fun, I see. Yes, indeed. Just recalibrating the brain. Because I have been doing naught but reference sheets for what feels like a month. It feels like I've been working on reference sheets for a month. I know that in between I kind of was, you know, preparing for my brother's wedding and dealing with the post-madness of my brother's wedding and also working on animatics in between everything else. But yeah, it feels like I've been doing nothing but reference sheets. It's been long, and I felt like I need to do a change of pace. I need to do a change of pace. Also, I'd had this idea running wild in my head for the last, what? Week and a bit? I don't exactly know how long. And if I waited for someone else to do it, Valko would be released back into the game before anyone made it. So, yeah, I'm doing it myself. Well deserved, I totally get that. I was stuck on nothing but reference sheets for an entire year back in 2023. Oh my word. Yeah. Oh man. I can believe that. It felt like the previous... Yeah, let me phrase it this way. It feels like whenever I am doing anything specifically Harrier related, it feels like all I'm doing is continuing to rig the same old Live 2D model. It feels like that is the same thing that happens. It's like nothing changes. It's just no, we're making adjustments to the model that's still never done. It's never done. Even before my rebrand, it was like, okay, you're doing nothing else but branding. I got so sick of it after 3 years of doing nothing but trying to get my branding up to snuff and never being happy with it. So yes, I understand very well. Having exactly the same kind of work the entire time is not cool. You get bored, no mental entry, gotta give you some fun times. Yeah, this is true, especially when you're doing creative stuff. It's like, you gotta have multiple different kinds of things that you're doing. Otherwise, you go kind of bleh. I'm gonna go this way, chop this arm off here, and rather focus on the back arm here. Because if you don't give yourself the mental breaks, then burnout is gonna happen. And that's not cool. It's not fun. Okay, I have an idea of where that's going. Oh, the urge to give him digitigrade feet, which is going to be so off model. Anyway. That knee needs to be higher. There we go. Right, that works. That was almost too masculine a stance. Okay, idea going here, that works-ish. Torso proportions are questionable at best, but it's fine. Okay, I forgot to reset the timer again. But I think it is time for a hydrate. So, everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. And I think I'm going to finish this panel, and I think that's going to be the last one for today because it is almost 5 in the morning in my iteration of reality. Gasp. so this is going to be the last one for the day. Otherwise, I'm going to have a difficult time of it later. So, with this one, what we're going to aim for is, I think, something flowy. It won't probably be a 100% accurate to anything in particular. I should probably reference an existing outfit, but let's just be real, MC is not actually the main focus of this. Okay. So now I can... This would actually thematically work. Ooh. Ooh. I need to get more references for this, for both of these, but I like where this is going. I'll come and clean this one up later. But I like where this is going. Okay. I like where this is going. Oh dear, he looks good with a ponytail. Oh dear. Oh dear. I kind of saw it coming, but oh dear. Oh boy. That works. There we go. And I think that's where I'm going to call it for today. It has been 5 hours, and we have achieved much in those 5 hours. In terms of this thing, we have gotten a little bit more than a third of the way through all of the frames that would be necessary for this thing. So, save for one chorus and a need for a good number of references that I have not got saved. We're actually doing pretty well. So we've got the next batch ready for sketching here. How many is that ready for sketching still? that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9*10 frames ready for a next batch of inking. I know what I want to do on the ending sequence. But I think this is a very appropriate frame on which to call it for the night. Thank you guys for indulging. Thank you for indulging me in all of the Valko doodles for today and this project. I will probably not be publishing it to YouTube when this video is done, mostly because I'm 100% certain that it will get copyright bonked. It will 100% get copyright bonked if I do put it on YouTube. I will put it on my Blue Sky and on my X-Twitter. And I will also drop it in the Misthaven Discord. As for other places, to be determined. I don't know. If anyone in the Love and Deep Space community wants to share it outside of the Blue Sky and Twitter platforms, when it's done, just ask me and I will provide the video. Probably. If someone else has not already shared it, yeah, just ask me before you just post it places. And yeah, I don't think there's any reason to limit its places of publication, but the main reason why I'm not going to put it on YouTube is because it's going to get copyright bonked. When I did the time-lapse video for my fan art of Anti-Venom, that got copyright bonked thoroughly. Had to mute it out because it was getting restricted, so inevitably I ended up having to take the video down, change the music, and re-upload. So the same will probably apply in this case with Home. But yeah, I'm really happy with where it's going. I'm really, really, really happy with where it's going. Once I have delivered all of the things that I need to deliver, I will see what I can do about putting another tonk on this over the weekend, maybe on a membership stream on my Discord server. So I will see. I won't make any promises, but I will try. I will try. And yes, thank you guys for indulging me. For anyone who has been lurking in this time, thank you very, very much. I really, really appreciate it. I hope that you guys have been able to relax and also be productive with all of your things. And I will hopefully be able to send this along to all of the Valkyries and members of the Wolf Pack who are in need of some further encouragement while we wait for the good news of Valko's reinstatement. Because that is basically a non-negotiable at this point, by my reckoning. Please, 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 non-negotiable. And yeah, well, there we go. It has been a day. Thank you guys for joining me. I really, 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 really appreciate it. If you guys are interested in any further information about who the characters were that we were working on and all of that madness, and what has been going on, which led up to my deciding to draw this today. Please check the video description. There's a whole bunch of resources in there that you can check out and decide for yourself if it's worth investigating. I really enjoyed this. It was a challenge on a great many fronts, and it's going to continue to be a challenge on a great many fronts. I do not draw ship art, so this is largely unfamiliar territory. Unfamiliar territory. Go stream tameless territory. What? Anyway, thank you guys. Rest well when you get there. I will see you tomorrow for a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV for continuation of change of pace. Also because it's been more than a month since the last time I attempted to stream it, and the last time I did, the internet died on me, so that was also after a long span of not really trying to play, or not being able to play because I was trying to meet deadlines. So yes, we'll see if that goes right. Internet has been buggy. Internet has definitely been buggy, but we will do our best. Today was the last of the finals for the World Cup, wasn't it? I have a vague feeling... No, wait. No, today was semi-finals. It was today and yesterday that was semi-finals matches, right? I can't remember. All I know is that the world is in soccer mode at the moment. I know nothing about what's going on there. I apologize. But if that is the case... I don't know when the next game is going to be, but if it is going to be during stream time tomorrow, I might need to postpone or change my plans a little bit, because the entire internet is going to be streaming it. My entire country is going to be streaming it, and that is going to put a huge strain on the local infrastructure. So I will check the fixtures and see if there's going to be a timing conflict, because if so, I'm gonna need to postpone tomorrow's stream. Unfamiliar territory that makes for great practice for future endeavors. Indeed, indeed. I still don't think it's gonna be regular programming. Like, it feels really weird. I'm not gonna lie. Oh boy, now the boss cat has just arrived in my room. He only ever comes in here to tell me that at 5 in the morning the food bowl is empty, and it is in fact 5 in the morning, and boss cat is giving me that dirty stink eye. So, I'm got to love and leave you all. Rest well. Thank you for your time. Thank you for dealing with me not knowing what I'm doing, but doing it anyway. And I shall see you potentially tomorrow for Final Fantasy XIV, depending on the football fixtures. And if there is another game happening at the same time. In which case, I will need to make adjustments to my plans. Because otherwise, if I have it at the same time, then the internet is going to be flooded with people streaming the football, and then it's not going to fly. So, fun times. Fun times. Okay.